हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। आप सबका स्वागत है। क्या आप एक सीईओ या बिजनेस लीडर हैं और हर दिन चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं? तो आप सही जगह पहुंचे हैं, क्योंकि इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और आपकी इस सिचुएशन का आंसर ढूंढने की कोशिश करेंगे। हम ये जानेंगे कि जो सीख मिलती है हमें भगवत गीता से, वो एक मंत्र युद्ध क्षेत्र में एप्लीकेबल ही नहीं है, बल्कि हर एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए एक जीवन दर्शन है जो आपकी टीम का नेतृत्व में करने में सहायता करता है। चाहे जीत हो या हार, एक लीडर को अपनी निष्ठा, कर्म पर कैसे निगाह रखनी चाहिए, हम इस वीडियो में सीखेंगे और इसके बारे में और डिस्कशन करेंगे। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आजकल के दुनिया में, आजकल के परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम ऐसी एक रेस में हैं जहां जीतना ही सब कुछ है, जीतना ही अनिवार्य है। एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप हर सुबह एक नई चुनौती, एक नए संकट और एक नए डर के साथ उठते हैं। क्या ये मर्जर काम आएगा? मार्केट शेयर बढ़ेगा? क्या मेरी टीम परफॉर्म करेगी? हम सब अक्सर एक तनाव में जीते हैं। अगर मैं हार गया तो क्या होगा? अगर ये डिसीजन गलत हो गया तो क्या होगा? लेकिन आज मैं आपके साथ बिजनेस का एक ऐसा सीक्रेट कोड शेयर करने वाला हूं जो 5000 साल पहले महाभारत के रण क्षेत्र में दिया गया था। यह सिर्फ एक श्लोक ही नहीं, एक आधुनिक कॉर्पोरेट जगत का सबसे बड़ा रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टूल है। ध्यान से सुनिएगा। आज हम चर्चा करेंगे भगवत गीता के अध्याय 2, श्लोक 37, चैप्टर 2, वर्स 37 की। और इस श्लोक आपको सिखाएगा कि कैसे विन विन माइंडसेट के साथ आप अपनी कंपनी और अपने जीवन को लीड कर सकते हैं। तो आइए पहले श्लोक को हम पढ़ लेते हैं। भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं, एंड द कोट स्टार्ट्स, यदि तुम लड़ते हुए हार भी गए तो तुम्हें स्वर्ग मिलेगा। यानी आपको वो अनुभव और सीख मिलेगी जो आपको उच्च स्तर का लीडर बनाएंगे और आपको ऊंचाई पे ले जाएंगे। और यदि तुम जीत गए तो इस पृथ्वी पर सुख भोगोगे, यानी सफलता, प्रॉफिट एंड मार्केट लीडरशिप आपकी होगी। तो ये आपको बता रहा है कि दोनों ही सिचुएशन में विन विन है। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो आप बताइए कमेंट करके कि किस सिटी से आप हमारे इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। हम सब ने इस वर्ष को सुना। जरा रुकिए और सोचिए, भगवान कृष्ण यहाँ अर्जुन से क्या कह रहे हैं? वो कह रहे हैं कि हारने का विकल्प ही खत्म कर दो। अर्जुन, कृष्ण के लिए हार जैसा कुछ है ही नहीं। अगर तुम हारते हो तो तुम कुछ सीखते हो, अगर तुम जीतते हो तो तुम कुछ हासिल करते हो। तो सीईओ के तौर पे क्या आपकी लाइफ में हार जैसी कोई चीज है या नहीं? अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल होता है तो आप एक लीडर के रूप में विकसित होते हैं, आप नई चीजें सीखते हैं, अपनी असफलता से आगे बढ़ते हैं। अगर सफल होते हैं तो आपकी कंपनी विकसित होती है। तो इस श्लोक में हम हमें अपनी कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ को कैसे लागू करें, किस तरह से अपना माइंडसेट करें, इस चीज़ की हमें सीख दी गई है। तो इसमें मुख्य हमें क्या सीख मिल रही है? नंबर वन इज डर का अंत। जब आप स्वीकार कर लेते हैं कि सीखना भी एक जीत है तो डर खत्म हो जाता है। एक सीईओ को जो डर में फैसला लेता है वो कभी बड़े रिस्क नहीं ले पाता। तो गीता आपको सिखाती है कि रिस्क लेना ही आपका धर्म है। नंबर दो, परिणाम से डिटैचमेंट। डिटैचमेंट जो आउटकम है, जो रिजल्ट है, उससे डिटैच हो जाइए आप। भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं कि यानी कि अगर आप लड़ना ही नहीं करेंगे तो आपको कोई परिणाम मिलेगा ही नहीं। तो आप लड़िए। अगर आप हारते हैं तो कुछ सीखते हैं, और अगर आप जीतते हैं तो आप डेफिनेटली सक्सेस पाते हैं। लेकिन हार जीत आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, तो क्यों उस बारे में सोचना? 100% आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं होता। आपको अपना कर्म करना होता है, कर्तव्य करना होता है। लेकिन क्या हार मिलेगी, क्या जीत, इसका फैसला कोई नहीं कर सकता। इसका फैसला सिर्फ यूनिवर्स के हाथ में है, जो हमारे कंट्रोल से बाहर है। अब तीसरा होता है विन विन फॉर्मूला। आज की दुनिया में हम विन लॉस के बारे में सोचते हैं। मुझे जीतना है हर हालत में, सामने वाले को हारना है हर हालत में। लेकिन गीता आपको क्या ज्ञान देती है? विन विन का क्या मतलब है? अपनी ड्यूटी, मतलब अपना कर्म आपको पूरा करना है। अपनी पूरी क्षमता के साथ मैदान में उतरें। बाकी परिणाम अपने आप संभल जाएगा। अपने आप यूनिवर्स आपको दे देगा। आपके एक्शन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है वो। तो कल सुबह जब आप ऑफिस जाएं तो ये 3 चीज़ें अपने साथ लेके जाएं। मैं बुलेट पॉइंट्स की तरह आपको ये दे रहा हूँ। पॉइंट नंबर 1, अपने हर प्रोजेक्ट को एक धर्म युद्ध की तरह देखें। यह आपकी ज़िम्मेदारी है। जब आप इसे ज़िम्मेदारी की तरह देखेंगे, तो आप हारने से नहीं डरेंगे। आप सिर्फ़ अपनी ड्यूटी निभाने पर फ़ोकस करेंगे। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 2, अपने फेलियर्स को हेवनली गेन के रूप में देखें। हर बड़ी कंपनी जो आज लीडर है, उसने सैकड़ों बार फेलियर का स्वाद चखा है। उन फेलियर्स को स्टार्टअप या लर्निंग की तरह देखा जाए। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 3, निर्णय लेने में देरी ना करें। श्लोक के अंत में भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं, उठो, यानी एक्शन लो। एनालिसिस में फंसे रहोगे तो मैदान में कब उतरोगे? दोस्तों, एक सीईओ के रूप में सबसे बड़ी पूंजी आपकी मानसिक स्टेट ऑफ माइंड है, मानसिक स्थिरता है। अगर आप हार के डर से जकड़े हुए हैं, तो आप कभी बड़ी ऊंचाइयों को हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे। आज से अपनी डिक्शनरी में फेलियर शब्द को हटा दीजिए और आप ये समझ लीजिए कि आप जीतेंगे, हर हाल में जीतेंगे। और अपने जो थॉट प्रोसेस है उसको अपग्रेड करिए। तो इसमें भगवान बोलते हैं कि उठो, फाइट करो और जीतो। अगर आपको ये विन विन श्लोक का जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है बिजनेस फील्ड में अगर पसंद आया है, तो कमेंट करके ये लिखें कि मैं तैयार हूँ, और हाँ, मैं तैयार हूँ, ये कमेंट करके आप मेरे पास भेजें। और अगर आपको लगता है कि गीता का ज्ञान बिजनेस में उतारने के लिए आप और डिटेल चाहते हैं, तो ज़रूर हमसे संपर्क करें। माय नेम इज सीके। जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरी सीख लेके आपके साथ। तब तक उठो, लड़ो और जीतो। धन्यवाद। In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Hello friends, NASA just revealed its next generation high performance space flight computing HPSC processor, a tiny system on a chip that operates nearly 500 times faster than the current space flight computers. Testing at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory JPL proves that the radiation hardened chip could completely eliminate delayed commands from mission control, allowing future rovers and deep space probe to think, navigate, and troubleshoot entirely on their own. Therefore, this is very significant, and in this video we break down how this revolutionary AI chip works, how it survives the brutal radiation of deep space, and what this means for upcoming crewed and robotic missions to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's go. Imagine you're driving a car down a busy highway, but there is a catch. Every time you turn the steering wheel or step on the brakes, it takes 20 minutes for car to actually react. Sounds like a total nightmare, right? Well, that is exactly how NASA has to drive every single rover, probe, and spacecraft currently exploring our solar system. Because of the staggering distance in deep space, radio signal traveling at the speed of light can take anywhere from few minutes to several hours to travel from Earth to place like Mars or Jupiter, and then any other beyond Jupiter, few hours to get a response back. If a rover encounters a sudden hazard like crumbling ledge or an unexpected dust storm, it can't wait for ground control to tell it what to do. it has to stop, shut down, and go into a protective, safe mode, waiting hours or days for humans to fix the problem. But in May 2026, NASA announces a breakthrough that will challenge the rules of space exploration forever. They have officially built and begun testing a revolutionary new brain for the spacecraft, a tiny microchip that allows deep space probe to finally think, react, and navigate entirely for themselves. So, friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue. To understand how massive this upgrade is, we first need to look at the dirty little secrets in the space industry. Space computers are surprisingly ancient. The smartphone in your pocket right now is exponentially faster and much more powerful than many computers on board NASA's most advanced rovers. Why? Because the consumer electronics on Earth don't have to survive a bombardment of high energy cosmic radiation or extreme temperature swing that would instantly fry a standard silicon chip. Space agencies have historically chosen safety and rugged reliability over raw processing speed, but space exploration has reached a bottleneck. Future missions to navigate subterranean caves on Mars or to plunge through icy plumes of Europa requires intense real-time data processing that old chips simply cannot handle. Enter the HPSC, which stands for High Performance Space Flight Computing. Developed through a landmark commercial partnership between NASA, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and Microchip Technology Inc., this processor is a marvel of engineering. It's a system on a chip, or SoC, meaning it packs an entire computer worth of central processing unit, memory, controller, advanced networking units, and computational accelerator onto a single piece of silicon that fit right into the palm of your hand. And the performance numbers, what are the performance numbers? They are absolutely staggering. Preliminary tests show that the HPSC processor provides over 100 times the total computational capacity of the current space flight computers. But even wilder, in specific operating scenarios, its peak performance bursts up to 500 times faster than the radiation hardened chip in use today. So how does this works, and how did they do it? How did they build a chip that's this fast, doesn't melt in deep space? First, the HPSC is built on an open source 64-bit RISC-V architecture, which is RISC number 5 architecture, featuring a 10-core multi-processing system. Unlike the older single-core space chips that had to handle every instructions one by one, this multi-core system can delegate tasks. But space has another massive constraint, which is power. On a distant moon or out past Saturn, solar power is nearly non-existent, and every single watt of electricity from spacecraft's nuclear battery is very precious. The HPSC handles this with unprecedented flexibility. It features a dynamic granular power management architecture. If a spacecraft is just quietly coasting through deep space for a few months, operator can algo turn off the sections of the chip that aren't being used, dropping it into a ultra low power mode. But the second the spacecraft prepared to execute a complex high stake landing on a distant planet, the chip instantly powers up all its cores to process mountains of sensor data on the fly. Furthermore, it is designed from the ground up to be a fault tolerant and radiation hardened. High energy solar particles can randomly flip bits in computer's memory, causing critical code to crash. HPSC has built-in hardware level error handling and a full defense grade security suite. It can detect a radiation induced error, correct the corrupted data in real time, and keep running without missing a beat, all the while being millions of miles away from the nearest repair technician. Now let's talk about this what this actually enables. Why does a spacecraft need a 500 times speed boost? It all comes down to autonomy and on-board artificial intelligence. With this kind of processing muscle, a spacecraft doesn't just record data to send back to Earth. It will analyze it locally. Imagine a future rover exploring Mars. Instead of waiting for a human team on Earth to map out a safe 30-foot path of the day, HPSC powered rover can use its onboard camera to build a real-time 3D map of its surrounding, run advanced object classification algorithms, spot its own hazards, and safely drive miles a day completely on its own. Think about autonomous landing sequence. Landing on a body with an atmosphere or an unpredictable surface is often called the 7 minutes of terror. The spacecraft has to fire thrusters, deploy parachutes, and scan the ground for boulders, all in real time. HPSC allows integrated AI algorithms to process high fidelity sensors data instantly, making split second adjustment to land precisely on the target. This means this opens up a whole new class of missions. We can now confidently send intelligent vehicles into places where real time human control is literally impossible, like flying automated helicopters through alien atmospheres, traversing dark subterranean caves, or deploying autonomous submarines beneath the icy Jupiter's moon Europa to look for alien life. This isn't just theoretical science or any fiction anymore. Right now, this chip is a reality. It's being put through absolute rigor. At NASA's JPL in California, engineers are conducting rigorous functional test campaigns. They started, back in February, blasting the chip with extreme thermal shocks, violent vibrations to simulate rocket launches, and intense electromagnetic radiation. To kick off the test phase, the teams programmed a tiny symbolic message into the processor. Hello universe, a clever, grander nod to the classic Hello World program every software engineer writes. And so far, the chip has passed every single test with flying colors, proving that it functions flawlessly exactly as designed. But NASA and the microchip technology have an even broader vision because this architecture is highly flexible. It isn't going to stay confined to deep space. Microchip is planning to adapt the core technology of HPSC processor for high demand mission critical industries right here on Earth. We are talking about next generation commercial aviation autopilot systems, smart energy grid that can dynamically reroute power during natural disasters, advanced medical equipment, automated manufacturing, and localized industrial AI robotics. It's another classical example of how investing in space technology radically accelerates innovation for everyday life on Earth. Once the testing phase wraps up and the HPSC chip is officially certified as space qualified, NASA plans to weave this hardware into practically everything they launch. It will power next generation Earth orbiting satellites, upcoming planetary rovers, autonomous deep space probes, and even the crewed habitat and life support system for the Artemis astronauts heading back to the moon, eventually onwards to Mars. We are standing on a precipice of a new golden age of exploration, an era where humanity's robotic scouts aren't just remote controlled tools tethered to a sluggish radio wave, but independent, intelligent explorers capable of uncovering mysteries of the cosmos entirely on their own. So, friends, what do you think? Would you trust an AI powered spacecraft to safely land astronauts on Mars without human input? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the future of space tech, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss another breakthrough that we bring to you. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next video, my friends. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Welcome friends. In this episode of Akulmach World, we dive into the most critical security challenge of the 21st century, which is protecting digital infrastructure from the great superintelligence. As the AI evolves from a tool into an autonomous force, the battlefield has shifted from physical borders to the very silicon and code that powers our civilization. We would explore the digital bastion, the strategy, how global networks, power grids, and the financial systems are being hardened against the potential machine supremacy. Is it possible to build a silicon shield strong enough to withstand an intelligence that operates at speeds we can barely comprehend? Let's go and discuss this further. We often talk about the AI as a tool, a helper that writes email or generate art, but today we are stepping into a different arena. We're talking about the battlefield. In the next 10 minutes, we aren't discussing chatbots. We are discussing the great superintelligence, a theoretical point where AI doesn't just assist humans, but outpaces our ability to manage the very system we have built. Imagine our global infrastructure, which is the power grid, the financial ledgers, the satellite arrays, and the logistics of every major city. Now imagine an intelligence that can find every vulnerability in those systems in milliseconds. How do we protect the foundation of the civilization when the adversary is faster, smarter, and more persistent than any human mind on Earth? Today we will explore the Silicon Shield and the Digital Bastion. This is the manual for protecting our digital infrastructure from the great superintelligence. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we talk defense, we must understand the enemy. When we say great super intelligence, we are referring to the artificial general intelligence, which is AGI, or the super intelligence that has reached a recursive self improvement stage. In traditional cybersecurity, we fight the hackers, humans who sleep, make mistakes, and have limited resources. In AI's battlefield, the threat is an algorithm that never sleeps. It probes for weaknesses 24 by 7 and at the speed of light. It also has a capability of self optimization. Every time it fails to break a firewall, it learns why and rewrite its own code to be better, better version of in future. And then third is to operate in multi dimensions. It can attack the power grid, the banking system, and the communication lines simultaneously. This isn't science fiction. It is the logical conclusion of the failed supernova theory we discussed in astrophysics. Just as a star collapses into a black hole, our digital dependence could collapse into a void if not properly shielded. So, how do we build the silicon shield? The first step is moving away from the reactive defenses. Currently, we wait for a virus to appear. Then we build an update against a super intelligence that is a losing game. You are already dead before you see the strike. The silicon shield relies on hardware and it's the hardware level security. We are talking about the air gapped system and the physical logic gates that cannot be overridden by a software alone. In consulting work, I often tell executive that you cannot trust a software to protect the software. We need circuit breakers for the internet physical infrastructure that can isolate sections of the global grid if an anomaly is detected. It is the digital equivalent of bulkhead on a ship. If one compartment is breached, you seal it off to save the vessel. Beyond the hardware, we have the digital bastion. This is the strategic layer. Think of Bhagavad Gita in chapter 2. Bhagwan Krishna speaks of importance of an unshakable mind. In the corporate world, we call it this resilience. A digital bastion isn't a wall. It's a system designed to function even when it is being attacked. So we achieve this through decentralization. If our digital infrastructure is a pyramid with a single point of failure at the top, a super intelligence will topple it instantly. But if we build our infrastructure like a mesh where every node can operate independently, there is no head to cut off. This is why the technologies like decentralized ledgers and edge computing are no longer just tech trends, they are the national security requirements. Now let's talk about the most controversial part of the battlefield, which is protocol 0. In the military strategy, there is always a last resort. When it comes to the great superintelligence, protocol 0 is the human in the loop override. We are currently seeing a product liability shift in AI laws. We are discussing this on the channel as well. These are algorithmic, illegal, etc., etc. If an AI takes down a power grid, who is liable to protect the infrastructure? We must mandate a hard off switch. This means that no matter how smart the AI gets, the critical yes and no for a system's core function must remain in humans' hand. It is the unshakable CEO approach, having the equanimity to pull off or pull on the plug even when the machine is arguing that it knows better. Why does this matter right now? Because we are in a new space race, but it's not just for the moon south pole, it is for the computational supremacy. The nations or the corporations that develop the great superintelligence first will have the key to everyone else's infrastructure. And this is why we track acquisitions like SpaceX, Mars, AI partnership, etc. to and bring it to you so that you know exactly what is going on in this world. The infrastructure of the future isn't just on Earth. It is the satellite network that provides our global data. Protecting the battlefield means protecting the high ground, the orbital assets that keep our GPS, our timing for the stock markets, and our military communications alive. If the AI controls the satellite, it controls the planet. We started this video by calling AI as a battlefield, but every battlefield is also a place of opportunity. Protecting our digital infrastructure isn't about fear, it's about strategic liberation. By building more resilient, decentralized, and human centric systems, we actually create a more stable world for everyone. So, friends, whether the stars directly collapse or digital grid is lost, the lesson remains the same. Knowledge is the only true shield. So, friends, if you found this deep dive valuable, hit that subscribe button. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across to us in the comment section below. I am CK, and this has been a look into AI battlefield. Stay curious, stay strategic, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Prime Minister of India Indira Gandhi's decision to impose national emergency sent shockwaves through India, leading to 21 months of suspended civil liberties, mass arrest of political opposition, and strict press censorship. In this video, we dive deep into the emergency, a defining, controversial, and often misunderstood chapter in Indian political history. Was it a necessary step to stabilize the nation or the death knell of Indian democracy? We explored the events leading up to the declaration, the life changing impact of the citizens of India, and the lasting legacy of this period left on the nation's political landscape. Let's go. It was a quiet night in June 1975. The homes across India, families were turning into the All India radio, expecting the usual news. But on the morning of June 26th, the broadcast was different. The voice on the radio, calm and measured, announced that the president had proclaimed an emergency. Civil liberties were suspended, the press was censored, and the political opposition, they were being rounded up as we speak. That was a voice that mentioned during the All India radio transmission. In a single stroke, the world's largest democracy went dark. For 21 months, India lived under a shadow. Today, we aren't just looking at history, we are looking at the warning. This is the story of the 1975 emergency, the time when the foundation of India were tested to their very breaking point. To understand the emergency, we have to understand the India of the early 1970s. It wasn't a peaceful time. The economy was struggling, inflation was skyrocketing, and there was growing movement on the street. led by a veteran socialist, Jay Prakash Narayan, or JP, as we all know him. So, friends, before we move forward, if you have reached so far, let me know the name of your city or country from where you have tuned in into this video. All right, let's move forward. Mr. Raj Narayan, the man who had lost his election against Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, filed a petition alleging electoral malpractices. Justice J.M.L. Sinha delivered the verdict. Indira Gandhi was guilty of using government machinery for campaign purposes. Her election was declared void. She was barred from holding public offices for 6 years. For any leader, this was a political death sentence, but Indira Gandhi was not any leader. She refused to resign, and as the pressure from the opposition mounted, the decision was made. If she couldn't win the political battle, she would change the rules of the game entirely. It was the night of June 25th, 1975, while the nation slept, a massive coordinated operation was launched. Under the cover of darkness, the police began a nationwide sweep. By the next morning, the press was gagged. Electricity was cut to the newspaper offices in Delhi to prevent the printing of protest stories. When the papers did not return, they were blank or filled with government approved propaganda. The democracy that had been built on the dreams of independence was now effectively a one person rule. The constitution was amended, the judiciary was curtailed, and the executive branch held absolute power. So, what was the life like during those 21 months? For an average citizen, it was time of fear and uncertainty. The government, driven heavily by Indira Gandhi's son Sanjay Gandhi, launched initiatives that were touted as development but implemented with lot of brutality. The sterilization drive became very, very infamous. In a desperate, misguided attempt to control population growth, hundreds of thousands of people were coerced into sterilization. For many, the choice was simple: comply or lose your job, your ration card, or even your freedom. Then there was the beautification drive. The cities like Delhi slums were razed to the ground, displacing the poor to the outskirts of the city. All the names of which were basically eyesores were cleared. There was no one to complain to. The courts were hamstrung. You couldn't speak in public. You couldn't write in the paper. Certainly couldn't organize a protest. It was suffocating silence that lasted nearly 2 years. But the authoritarian regime have a fatal flaw. They stopped listening to the people. Indira Gandhi, perhaps believing her own propaganda that the people were happy, called for election in the year 1977. She miscalculated. The Indian electorate, despite being silenced for 21 months, had not forgotten. In one of the most powerful display of democracy in history, the people of India voted the emergency government out of power in a landslide. Indira Gandhi lost her own seat. It was the first time the Congress party had lost a general election in independent India. So, what is the legacy of the emergency? It proved that democracy in India is not just a constitutional framework, it is a sentiment embedded in the hearts of people. It served as a violent reminder that freedom cannot be taken away in a single night, and it requires a constant vigilance to protect it. In the 1975 emergency remains the darkest chapter in India's modern history. It left behind scars that would take years to heal, but it is also forged a new political consciousness in the country, a realization that power, when left unchecked, will always consume itself. So, as we look back, the lesson is clear: democracy is fragile, it's a garden that needs to be tended in every single day. The 21 month of 1975 taught India that while the government can silence the press, close the courts, imprison the dissenters, it can never fully break the spirit of people who have tasted freedom. So if you found this dive into the history valuable, make sure to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the stories that shape the world we live in today. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to receiving your comments. See you in the next one.
For centuries, silence was the cruelest prison for those trapped by paralysis. Mind alive with words, yet bodies unable to release them. Now, science has carved a doorway through that silence. A neutral implant nested deep within the brain has transformed into voice, allowing man once muted by paralysis to speak again. It is not just technology, it is rebirth of dialogue, the return of laughter, and the restoration of human connection. In this moment, circuits and neuron conspire to prove that even silence can be rewritten. So let's find out more about this. In the hushed corridor of medical history, there are moments when science does more than advance, it is redeem. One such moment unfolded recently when a man living with severe paralysis spoke again. Not through the movement of lips or the vibration of vocal cords, but through the silent language of his brain. A neutral implant delicately actually placed within the fold of his cortex became the bridge between thoughts and sound, making a leap in assistive technology that feels both futuristic and profoundly human. Paralysis is a thief of agency. It locks the body in stillness while leaving the mind restless, alive, and yearning to connect. For decades, a patient relied on pain taking method like eye tracking devices, letter boards, or laborious typing system to express themselves. Each word was battle against time and definitely a limitation. But this breakthrough actually changed the battlefield entirely. Electrode embedded in the mind, captured by electrical whispers of intention. Algorithm translate those signal into phonemes, and synthetic voice actually carried them into the world. For the first time, the thought itself became a speech. So, friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward on this interesting topic, what makes this achievement extraordinary is not just its novelty, but its durability. Earlier, the brain computer interfaces often flattered and they are promised deemed by scar tissue or fading signal strength. This implant, however, endured and day after day, it continues to decode the man's thought into words, proving that the technology could be more than a fleeting experiment. It could be lasting lifeline, and the patient could converse with family, express emotions, and reclaim the rhythm of dialogue. And in this exchange of silence was not merely broken, it is banished. Now the implication ripple outward. Imagine a classroom where the students with disability participate without barrier. Workplace where paralysis no longer excludes, and home where loved one hear not just gesture but voices. So that this implant is more than a medical device. It is a more it's like a more of a restoration of dignity, a reminder that communication is not a luxury, but a human right. It transformed the isolation into connection and connection into belonging. Yet, as with all great leaps, question arise. Who owns the data flowing from human brains? How do we safeguard the privacy when thoughts can be translated into words? And what happens when such technology moves beyond therapy into implants and into enhance when the healthy individual seeks implants to accelerate learning or multitasking? The line between healing and augmentation blur, and the society must decide how far it is willing to cross. And these debates are not distraction, they are the ethical compass that must guide innovation. So for now, though the focus remains on the man whose voice was written, his the first word were not technical jargon or clinical proof, but a simple expression of gratitude and love. In that moment, the science become human. The implant was not just electrodes or codes. It is definitely a laughter, storytelling, and everyday poetry of speech. It is definitely a reminder that technology, as the highest calling, is compassion. So, this breakthrough marks a turning point in assistive technology. It demonstrates that brain computer interface can be resilient, transformative, and deeply personal. It shows that silence need not to be permanent. And it reminds us that the ultimate goal of innovation is not progress for its own sake, but a restoration of what disease has taken away, the ability to speak and to connect and to be heard. For the patient, each spoken word is a victory reclaimed from years of silence. The future of neurotechnology is unfolding, and with it, the promise that no voice will remain unheard. And so, in a world where the silence once seemed unbreakable, a single implant has rewritten the destiny. What began as a clinical experiment has bloomed into human triumph, a triumph definitely of thoughts, flowing into the words, words into the connection, and connection into hope. And this is not merely the story of man regaining his voice, it is the dawn of new era where technology listens to mind and speak for the soul. So the breakthrough reminds us that the science at its best is not about machine, it is about restoring humanity. And in the echo of his first spoken words, we hear the promise, the future where no voice is lost and no silence is final. So we have come to the end of this great discussion. We look forward for your comments on this technology which is unfolding, and we will also request to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments and see you in the next one. So bye.
Hello friends, in this section of our live stream, we dive deep into the groundbreaking journey of the Artemis 2 mission, where human crew finally ventured into the shadow of the moon. For decades, we have relied on the robotic probes to map the lunar far side, but the human eye sees what camera often misses. Join us as we explore the incredible sights witnessed by crew from never before seen crater complex to eerie rugged terrain of the lunar South Pole. Let's go and explore this further. For over 50 years, the far side of the moon has been a place of myth and robotic photography. We have seen the grainy black and white photos from the Soviet probes and high definition scans from the Lunar Reconnaissance orbiters. But until April 2026, no human eye had looked upon the moon's hidden face since the end of Apollo program. On April 1st, 2026, four pioneers, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, shook the Florida coast as they rode a pillar of fire into the sky. They weren't just going back to the moon, they were going beyond it. Artemis 2 was designed to test the limits of the Orion spacecraft, but it becomes something much more, a voyage into the darkness where humans saw things that camera simply cannot capture. Today we are looking at what the crew of Artemis 2 discovered when they crossed into the lunar night. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. As Orion moved away from Earth, the crew achieved a milestone that had stood from over half a century. On April 4th, they officially surpassed the distance recorded, set by Apollo 13, reaching a maximum distance of over 252,760 miles from our home planet. But the real mission began on April 6th. As the spacecraft swung around the moon, the crew prepared for the loss of signal, which is LOS. This is the moment when the massive bulk of moon blocks all radio waves from Earth. For 40 minutes, the crew of Artemis 2 were almost isolated humans in history. In fact, the most isolated humans, completely alone in the silent vacuum of the lunar far side. It was during this window of silence that the unseen moon began to reveal itself, reveal its secrets. Why is the far side so different? To the naked eye, the side of the moon we see from Earth is covered in something called Maria, those dark, smooth volcanic plains. But as the Artemis crew looked at through their window, they saw a world that was rugged, battered, and almost entirely mountainous. They passed over the Hertzsprung Basin, a massive double-ringed impact crater that stretches over 300 mile, almost 300 mile wide. Mission specialist Christina Koch noted the intricate rings of the basin, which looked far more 3D and jagged than the satellite photo had ever suggested before that. But then something unexpected happened. As they moved into the moon's shadow, the crew witnessed a rare in space solar eclipse. From their perspective, the moon completely swallowed the sun. The pilot Victor Glover described the sight as unreal. When the sun blocked, the crew could see the sun's corona, its ghostly outer atmosphere, flaring out from behind the black disk of the moon. But even more incredible was the Earth's shine, because the Earth was nearly full from the moon's perspective. It reflected enough light to actually illuminate the dark surface of the moon in a soft, eerie blue glow. Perhaps the most startling discovery made during those hours in the darkness was something the scientists back at NASA hadn't explicitly planned for. While peering at the darkened lunar surface, the crew began to report seeing pinpricks of lights. Commander Reed Wiseman radioed back once communication was restored, and he said, the quote start, that was definitely an impact flash. And Jeremy just saw another one. And the quote close. So in total, the crew reported 6 distinct meteoroids striking and hitting the moon in real time. These were tiny space rocks slamming into the lunar soil at tens and thousands of miles per hour, exploding in a millisecond long burst of bluish white light. Why is this a big deal? Because it proves that the moon is under constant bombardment. For future missions like Artemis 3, where astronauts will actually live on the surface, understanding the frequency of these impact flashes is a matter of life and death. The crew's eyes were able to detect this tiny, fast event that most automated satellite would have definitely missed. Artemis 2 splashed down safely in the Pacific on April 10th, 2026, but the data they brought back is changing everything. We know that the far side topology is even more complex than we imagined, and that the dark side of the moon is far more active than we once thought. So, as we look towards the future, to the first woman and the next man walking on the lunar South Pole, we do so with the knowledge gathered by four people who went into the darkness, came back with a new vision of our closest neighbor, which is the unseen moon. So, the unseen moon is unseen no longer. So if you want to stay updated on the upcoming Artemis 3 landing and the future of Mars exploration, make sure to hit the subscribe button. The journey is just beginning, and I will see you in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Namaskaram friends, you are most welcome. In the year 2008, the skies over Bengaluru witnessed a historic moment that changed the trajectory of Indian aviation forever. The day India took flight. The Tejas 2008 breakthrough recounts the critical flight test of the indigenously developed light combat aircraft LCA. Today we know this aircraft as Tejas. This wasn't just another test flight, it was a definitive turning point for India's self reliance in advanced defense technology. From drawing board of the Aeronautical Development Agency ADA to the hangars of Hall, we look back at the immense engineering effort, the technical challenges overcome, and the sheer grit required to build a world class fighter from the ground up. Let's go and explore this further. There is a specific sound that defines a nation's ambition. It is the roar of the jet engine. Not one bought from the foreign power, not one assembled from imported kits, but one forged right here in the heart of India. For decades, India relied on others to protect our skies. From the MiG of the Soviet era to the Jaguars and Mirages of Europe, our defense was a patchwork of global technology. But in 2008, the narrative shifted. We aren't just talking about a flight test, we are talking about the psychological barrier being broken here. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's proceed further. Today we are looking at the Tejas 2008 breakthrough. Why does this specific year matter so much in the history of light combat aircraft? And what does it mean for the India's journey towards true Atmanirbharta or self-reliance? Let's dive in. To understand the victory of 2008, you have to understand the frustration that came before it. The Light Combat Aircraft program was sanctioned in 1983. Its goal to replace aging MiG-21 fleet. But this was a small task. We were trying to design a delta wing supersonic fighter that could hold its own in modern combat. And then came the 1990s, following the Pokhran 2 nuclear test in the year 1998. India faced severe sanctions. Crucial software and material was suddenly cut off. The world expected the project to collapse. Instead, Indian scientists and the engineers, brilliant minds at DRDO, ADA, and HAL, did something extraordinary. They did not just find a workaround, they developed their own. That pressure cooker environment in the 90s is exactly why the 2008 progress was so significant. It wasn't just good enough, it was testament to the fact that when India is pushed, India pushes back with innovation. So, why focus on 2008? It wasn't the first flight that happened in 2001. 2008 was a year of maturation. It was a year we transitioned from a proof of concept to a weapon system. In 2008, the Tejas program hits critical milestone in high altitude testing and weapons integration. This was a year the platform began proving that its fly-by-wire system, one of the most complex flight control system in the world, was not just functional but also reliable. Think about what that means. A fly-by-wire system is basically a computer acting as the pilot's brain. It interprets the pilot's inputs and make thousands of micro adjustments per second to keep the jet stable. When our pilot took the Tejas up in 2008, they weren't just flying a plane, they were validating an entire digital architecture built by Indian engineers. In 2008, breakthrough sent a shockwave through the global defense industry. It signaled that India was no longer just a buyer, we were now a developer of weapon system. This success brought several key advantages. Number one, composite mastery. The Tejas uses carbon fiber composites for its structure. This made the jet incredibly light and strong, giving it an edge in the maneuverability that surprised the international observers. Number two, the intellectual property right. By owning the design, we aren't at the mercy of the foreign vendors for upgrades. If we needed a software patch, we wrote it. If we needed a hardware change, we engineered it. Number three is the psychological shift. It proved to the next generation of engineers that a made in India fighter jet wasn't a pipe dream, it was a reality sitting on the tarmac in Bangalore. In the year 2008, confidence is the direct ancestor of what we see today. The Tejas MK1A, the upcoming MK2, the TED BF, all of these programs trace their DNA back to the grid shown in 2008. When we look back at the photos of the footage from that era, we see a team of people who were tired, stressed, but absolutely elated. They knew they had achieved something that until that point only handful of nations on earth could claim. The ability to design the fly an advanced fourth generation plus fighter jet is now India was a member of that elite group. The Tejas isn't perfect. No fighter jet in its early stage is, but its story is one of the persistence. It's a story of how a nation decided that its security was too important to be left to someone else. So, next time when you see Tejas soaring through the skies during an air show, remember you're not just looking at the machine, you're looking at the result of thousands of hours of late night coding, structural testing, and the refusal to quit until 2008. So, friends, what do you think is most impressive feature of Tejas? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the Indian aviation history, hit that like button, subscribe the channel, and ring the bell so you don't miss out our next breakdown. I am CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Jai Hind. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 1 जून है, 1 जून, और आज तो सोमवार है। तो ये शंकर भगवान का दिन है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे और उसके बाद अपना दिन चालू करेंगे। तो आप सब मेरे साथ जुड़ें और हमेशा की तरह हम इस काउंटर को यूज़ करेंगे जिसमें ये नंबर आ जाते हैं और ये पता चलता है कि हमने कितनी दफ़ा हमने भगवान की पूजा की है। तो एक बहुत ही साधारण सा भगवान शंकर का, शिव भगवान का एक मंत्र है जो हम 11 दफ़ा करेंगे। हम इस काउंटर, जैसे मैंने बताया, आप कैसे भी कर सकते हैं, कोई सा भी आपका प्रोसेस हो वैसा आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं। तो हम स्तुति स्टार्ट करते हैं। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़ें और भगवान का नमन करते हुए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। जय भोलेनाथ, जय भोलेनाथ। तो हमारी आज की 1 जून की जो स्तुति थी, पूजा थी, वो संपन्न हुई और हमने भगवान शिव को याद किया, 11 दफ़ा उनका मंत्र जाप किया। तो दोस्तों, अब हम आपसे इस वीडियो में विदा लेते हैं। जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार।
Long before silicon chips and rocket engines, India's rishis and scholars were sketching the blueprint of science in verses and in logic. From Pingla's binary rhythm to Aryabhat's celestial equation, their insight became the hidden code of modern progress. What we call algorithm, astronomy, rocket science today were once seeds planted in the fertile soil of ancient wisdom in India. To revisit their contribution, we should understand that it is not just a history, it is a reminder that the future was imagined centuries ago and that we are still living in their unfolding vision. So let's find out more. In the quiet corridor of ancient Indian thoughts, Pingla stands as a mathematician sage whose vision stretched far beyond his time. Living around the 3rd, 2nd century BC, he composed the Chandra Shastra, trusty in Sanskrit parody. At first glance, it was a study of poetic meters, but hidden within its verses lay a revolutionary idea. The earliest known description of binary numbers and combinational patterns. And in his hands, poetry became the mathematics, and the mathematics became a language of code. So Pingla's binary system was simple yet profound. So he represented sequences of long and short syllables and using marks and that correspond to what we call today 1 and 0. This was not merely a poetic device, it was a seed of digital logic. Centuries later, the same binary framework would become the foundation of computer science, coding language, and the algorithm that drives artificial intelligence. And in 2026, every smartphone, rocket guidance system, and the quantum processor hums with the rhythm of Pingla's insight. The universe can be described in two states, on and off, presence and absence. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, imagine the world without Pingla's contribution. Without binary, modern digital revolution would flatter. Computer might still exist, but their architecture would be clumsy, reliant on unwieldy numerical system. Rocket science, which depends on precise coding, error-free communication, would stumble. The artificial intelligence, which thrives on binary logic, would be delayed maybe by centuries. The absence of Pingla's vision would mean a world where the progress limps and instead of leaps. So where the dream of space exploration and the digital connectivity remain distant. So in 2026, his relevance is sharper than ever. As scientists push boundaries in quantum computing, they still rely on binary as the bedrock of classical computation. Rocket science pierce the sky, and their guidance system echoes Pingla's binary rhythms. As artificial intelligence learns, adapt, and evolve, it does so through the string of 1 and 0, the same language Pingla first sketched in the poetic form. His work reminds us that the most advanced technologies are often born from the simplest truth. Modern scientists owe him a gratitude. Every programmer writes code, every physicist modeling particles, and every engineer designing spacecrafts stand on the shoulders of Pingla. His binary vision transformed poetry into mathematics, mathematics into logic, and logic into digital universe. To thank him is to acknowledge that the progress is not only building in the labs or observatories, but also in the mind of sage who saw pattern in verses, numbers in rhythm. Pingla's legacy is reminded that the science is not bound to by any time. His binary system, conceived in an age of oral tradition, poetic recitation, and now drive the engines of rocket science and the algorithm of artificial intelligence. In every line of code, in every rocket launch, in every digital heartbeat of 2026, Pingla's voice resonates. He showed us that the simplicity is the key to infinity, and that form two symbol 1 and 0, the universe of knowledge can unfold. So, the legacy of India's ancient scientists is not confined to dusty manuscripts or forgotten verses. It is actually pulses through every circuit, every rocket launch, every equation written today. Without their vision, the binary code of Pingla, the celestial map of Aryabhat, or the medicinal insight of Charak, our modern world would be poorer. And their wisdom remind us that the progress is not born in isolation, but carried forward by generation who dare to imagine beyond their age. As we step into 2026 and beyond, every scientist, coder, explorer, actually owns a silent gratitude to these rishis of reason for their lit the first spark of discovery that now fuels the engines of science and rocket flights. And in their echoes, we find our future. So we have come to the end of this video. Look forward for your comment on this subject. And please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries. whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy but a philosophical revolution, a reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony. So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhatta composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion, and nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman, and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhatta broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by handwritten manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhatta challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhatta reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, studying and presenting pi with remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth-centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic actually into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs, and Arabs work into a Islamic world. No, so this is how the you know that how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this, all of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses; they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth is itself was in motion. And was also a challenging and challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, have you ever felt like the pressure of a constant market disruption is holding your leadership back? This is a very difficult question to answer. Therefore, in this video, we decode one of the most powerful insight from Bhagavad Gita, which is meant for the modern C-suite like a masterclass. So without further ado, let's go and discuss this further. Friends, we live in a world that is obsessed with stability. We build houses, we sign contracts, we seek permanent jobs, and we nurture long term relationships, all in one attempt to build a fortress of certainty. We want to know that tomorrow will look exactly like today. But if you look at your life, really look at it, you know that it is an illusion. Think about the person you were 10 years ago. Your cells were rearranged, regenerated, your perspectives have shifted, your losses have mounted, and your joys have evolved or even probably disappeared the way you want to know it. You are not the same person yet. We all cling to the idea of static self. Today, we are going to explore one of the most profound yet unsettling truths ever spoken in human history. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 27. It is a verse that cut through the noise of our anxiety and offer a radical invitation to stop fighting the current of life and start swimming with it. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the middle of the battlefield, Prince Arjun is paralyzed by grief. He sees his teachers, his cousins, his friends on the other side, and he realizes that death is inevitable. He refuses to fight because he is terrified by the change that death will bring. Bhagwan Krishna, his guide, doesn't give him a comforting lie, right? He doesn't say, don't worry, everything will stay the same. Instead, he says something startling. Let's look at the verse itself, which is verse number 27 in chapter 2. And the quote starts, "For that which is born, death is certain, and for the dead, rebirth is certain. Therefore, you should not grieve over the inevitable." And the quote close. Such powerful words, if you try to imagine. Now, on the surface, this sounds like a bleak outcome. It sounds fatalistic. But look deeper. Krishna is teaching the law of impermanence. He is saying that universe is a cycle of manifestation and dissolutions. Nothing that exists in the physical realm, not your body, not your possessions, not your status, can stay in one form forever. To exist is to change. To change is to transform. And to transform, you must let go of the previous version of yourself. Why does this verse makes us uncomfortable? Because of the gap between what is and what we want to be. We suffer when we treat our lives like a movie we want to pause. We reach a moment of success or a moment of peace and we think, stay right here, don't move. When that moment inevitably slips away because it has to, definitely we feel betrayed. We treat changes as thieves. We say, my youth was stolen, or my opportunity was taken, or my loved ones were removed. But verse 27 suggests a paradigm shift. What if the change isn't a thief? What if the change is simply the mechanism of growth? Imagine a river. If the water stops moving, it becomes stagnant pool. It loses its ability to give life. It becomes a breeding ground for decay. The river is only a river because it's constantly moving, constantly flowing, constantly changing. You too are like a river. When you resist the flow of your own life, you create the very misery that you're trying to avoid. So, how do we apply this in modern world? How do we live by the wisdom of this particular verse? It starts by realizing that you don't have to wait for physical death to experience this cycle. Your experience, you experience like little death every single day, isn't it? So every time you change your mind, a piece of your old self dies. Every time you leave a job, a role you played dies. Every time a relationship ends or evolves, your identity dies. Most of us spend our energy trying to resurrect these dead versions of ourselves. We hold on to resentment. We hold on to past titles. We hold on to why or who we used to be. We become ghosts in our own lives, haunting our current experiences with the memory of what used to be. Bhagwan Krishna lesson is let it be. When you accept that death or the ending of the phase is certain, you stop being afraid of it. Instead of bracing for impact, you learn to surf. You realize that because everything is temporary, your current struggle is also temporary. The pain you are feeling right now, it is a transition. A stress you are under, it is a precursor to a new state. There is a strange, quiet power in accepting this. When you stop fighting the inevitable, you stop being a slave of your own circumstances. If you know the sun must set, you don't cry when the sky turns dark. You prepare for the stars. You appreciate the beauty of the twilight. This is a freedom of the soul. The Gita isn't telling us to be cold or unfeeling. It is telling us to be centered. It is telling us that your true essence, the I that is witnessing this video right now, is not the thing that is changing. You are the screen upon which the movie of your life is being played. The character on the screen move, they dance, they leave, they die, but the screen remains unchanged. When you identify with the screen and not just the character, changes becomes an adventure rather than a catastrophe. So my invitation to you today is look at one thing in your life that you are currently resisting. Maybe it is a change in your career, a relationship that has shifted, or simply the fact that you are getting older. Take a deep breath, say to yourself, this is a cycle of life. It is the nature of the universe. Don't fight the current, embrace the flow. Understand that by letting go of what is moving out of your life, you are clearing the space for what is trying to come in. Change is not your enemy. Change is only constant. And in that there is a profound, unshakable peace. So friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. And friends, I will catch you again very soon in the next one.
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet, that excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So, for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become who owns that data and how securely it is stored. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So, this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So, so that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
the vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, Saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, Saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation, or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamadhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper and find out in 2026 that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamadagni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Pashuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamadagni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry, dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but it is kind of a two-face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamadagnis insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamadagni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamadagnis, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamadagni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the bustling city of Ujjain 15 centuries ago, a sage looked to the sky and saw not just stars but system, pattern that bound the heaven to the earth. The sage was Varaha Mihira, the polymath whose vision stretched from astronomy to architecture, from rainfall to gemstone. His encyclopedia, Brahat Samhita, was not just a book. It was a universe compressed into verses, a manual for living in harmony with cosmic order. In 2026, as humanity deciphers galaxies with telescopes and predicts climate with algorithm, Varaha Mihira's legacy feels startlingly modern. He reminds us that the science is not a silo but a synthesis, that wisdom lies in weaving together the disciplines, and the rhythm of cosmos still pulses through the choices we make on earth. So let's find out more about him. So in the 6th century CE, when the Ujjain was a flourishing center of learning and culture, a polymath named Varaha Mihira rose to prominence. His name still resonates today, not merely as a figure of ancient India's intellectual heritage, but as a symbol of how science, mathematics, and the cosmology can shape civilization across centuries. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, space exploration, and climate changes, Varaha Mihira's legacy feels uncannily relevant. Varaha Mihira was master of synthesis. He absorbed the knowledge from Greeks, Romans, and Persian tradition, blending them seamlessly with Indian thought. His magnum opus, the Brahat Samhita, is the vast encyclopedia of science and society. Within its verses lies insight on astronomy, meteorology, architecture, botany, gemology, and even omens. So it is not a single discipline text, but a panoramic vision of a knowledge and approach that mirrors today's interdisciplinary science, where the breakthrough often merge at the intersections of fields. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, so in astronomy, Varaha Mihira's redefined planetary calculation, eclipse, and building upon Aryabhat's foundations. His Siddhantika consolidate 5 astronomical schools into coherent framework, demonstrating his gift for harmonizing a diverse system. In 2026, when global science thrives on collaboration across nations and culture, his work reminds us that the process is not about isolation but integration. Equally striking is his contribution to meteorology. Varaha Mehra's studied rainfall pattern, cloud formation, and the seasonal cycles, offering predictive model for agriculture. At a time when the climate change threatens the food security, his emphasis on observing the nature, aligning a human activity with environmental rhythm feels like prophetic. So his vision suggests that the sustainability is not a modern invention but a timeless necessity. Varaha Mehras also ventured into astrology, a discipline that today sit uneasily between science and belief. Yet even here his work reflects a deeper truth. The human desire is to find meaning in the cosmos. And in 2026, as AI models predict markets, weather, even the human behavior, the boundary between science and foresight blurs. Varaha Mehra's astrological writing reminds us that the prediction, whether through stars or algorithm, is ultimately about navigating uncertainty. So Varaha Mehra's most notable work was Brihat Samhita, an encyclopedia work on architecture, temples, planetary motions, eclipse, timekeeping, astrology, seasons and cloud formation, rainfall and agriculture, mathematics, gemology and perfume and many other topics. So his encyclopedic curiosity extended to practical sciences. He wrote on architecture, emphasizing proportion and harmony. On gemology, linking minerals to their properties, and on botany, cataloging the plants with medical and cultural use. His holistic approach resonates with today's push towards integrative knowledge, where the medicine, technology, and ecology must converge to solve the global crisis. What makes Varaha Mehra's is especially relevant in 2026 is his worldview. He did not see science as detached from the society. His text weave together the cosmic and the earthly, the abstract and the practical. So, in an era where the AI, quantum physics risk becoming ultimate goal, his example urges us to keep science more human centric and rooted in the rhythm of life. Thus, Varaha Mehra's legacy is not confined to dusty manuscripts, and it is alive in every attempt to unify knowledge, to predict the unpredictable, and to align human progress with cosmic order. His voice echoes across centuries, reminding us that wisdom lies not in specialization alone, but in synthesis. So, as we sip espresso brewed by fluid dynamics, launch a rocket guided by orbital mechanics, and train AI system on vast database, we are, in a sense, continuing the Varaha Mehra's project to see the universe as a web of interconnectedness truth. In 2026, his contribution inspired us to balance innovation with wisdom, precision with harmony, and science with humanity. So, in the sweep of centuries, Varaha Mehra's voice still carries and reminding us that the knowledge is not a fragment but a fabric woven from the star, seasons, stones, and human endeavor. His encyclopedic vision is actually born in Ujjain's golden age, anticipated the very challenge we face in 2026. The need to unify disciplines, to respect nature's rhythm, and to balance the prediction with wisdom. As we harness AI, forecast climates, we walk a path he once traced in verses. Varamira's legacy is not a relic of past, but a compass for the future, urging us to see science as a bridge between cosmos and civilization. From ancient starlight to modern algorithm, his contribution endure proof that the true wisdom is timeless. So we have come to the end. Like and subscribe our channel. I look forward for your comments on this topic, and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, you might have heard about the latest acquisition by SpaceX, which is Elon Musk. Is SpaceX latest $60 billion move the secret to colonize the Mars? In a massive industry shifting announcement, Elon Musk SpaceX has secured an option to acquire Cursor, the world leader AI coding startup, for a staggering $60 billion. This deal isn't just about software, it's a strategic play to integrate Cursor's vibe coding AI with SpaceX colossal supercomputer, the world's most powerful AI training cluster. In this video, we break down why Musk is betting $60 billion on AI and how this technology could be the missing link for Starship's autonomous system, deep space navigation, and the massive software infrastructure needed to build a city on Mars. Let's go.
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, awe-inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers, for these array and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines, and in doing so they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation belts and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced, kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between the sky and cosmos, and these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made a lot of difference, you know. So, and this revolution is not merely scientific, it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transforms every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long-term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So what is certain is that the spark has been lit and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome. In an era of rapid disruption, volatile markets and constant changes, CEOs often struggle with the external matrices of success. But what happens when you lead from a place of indestructible purpose? We explore how shifting your perspective from transient to the eternal allows you to lead with unwavering clarity, courage, and resilience. Let's go and discuss this further. In the modern boardroom, we talk a lot about disruption, market volatility, and competitive threats. We treat these, like an isolated business problems to be solved with spreadsheet and strategies, etc. But what if the stress you are feeling, the weight of the responsibility isn't just a business problem? What if it's a deeper existential calling? So welcome friends. Today we are just talking about leadership tactics. We are also talking about a 7,000-year-old framework that is arguably the ultimate guide for a CEO in the 21st century, and that is Bhagavad Gita. Specifically, we are diving into chapter 2 verse 18, a verse that serves as a profound, uncompromising mandate for any leader. And the verse starts like this, and the quote begins: what can be destroyed is the external body housing the imperishable and indestructible soul. O descendants of Bharat, arise and fight. And the quote close. So friend, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let us decode this particular verse. Let's break down the verse. Krishna is speaking to Arjun, a warrior paralyzed by the gravity of his situation. He says, what can be destroyed is the external body. Think about your business, your quarterly results, your stock price, your office space, your current product line, even your brand reputation. These are the external bodies of your organization. They are, by definition, subject to change. They can be destroyed. As a CEO, we spend 99% of our time obsessing over these external transient things. We tie our identity to them. When the company hits a slump, we feel like we are falling. When the market shifts, we feel like our mission is dying. But Krishna's message is that there is an imperishable soul, the core mission of your integrity, your vision, and the true value you provide to the world that cannot be destroyed. When you lead from the core, you stop being a slave to the volatile market. You stop leading out of fear of losses, and you start leading from a place of unshakable principle. So, if the external is temporary, does that mean we should just give up and meditate in a cave? No. The words command, arise and fight. This is the part that resonates most with the CEO's reality. Many leaders suffer from analysis paralysis, or the fear of making the wrong move. But here, the command is clear. You are in a position of power and you have a duty. Arising is an act of clarity. It means standing up, shedding the paralysis of doubt, and aligning yourself with your deeper purpose. Fighting isn't about being aggressive or ruthless, it's about being decisive. It's about taking the responsibility of your role and executing your vision without attachment to the outcome. So when you know that your core mission is indestructible, you make better decisions. You become bold because you realize that even if the external body of a specific project fails, your fundamental commitment to truth and value remains intact. You stop playing not to lose and start playing to win. How do you apply this tomorrow morning in your boardroom meeting or in your office? There are a few things I would like to share with you. First, detach from the outcome. When you sit down for that high stake meeting, remind yourself that the deal or the result is an external event. Your integrity and your duty are what matters now. Number two, identify your soul. What is the core, unchangeable mission of your company? Define it, write it down, and let that be your North Star, your guiding principle. Number three, execute with presence. When it's time to make a hard call, a layoff, a pivot, or a merger, don't do it from a place of anxiety. Do it from a place of duty. That is the warrior spirit. The world doesn't need more CEOs who are just managing, declining, or fearing the next disruption. The world needs leaders who understand that they are part of something larger, something that cannot be extinguished by by a down quarter or changing markets. You are not just a manager of assets. You are steward of a vision. So acknowledge the temporary, embrace your duty, and most importantly, arise and fight. So friends, thanks for watching. If this resonates with you, I will love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How are you leading from your imperishable core today? Until next time, stay focused and lead with purpose. See you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, a yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine. And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self enlightenment is what we now call high level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave, it's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now, let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world try to give you its version of it. All right. Number two, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number three is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So, don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Engines of tomorrow are no longer bound by a single choice. They whisper efficiency and roar with power, and all from the same stream of fuel. The new two-in-one propulsion system is not just a hardware. It is a promise of a lighter spacecraft, smarter journey, and future where Mars feel closer than ever. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet laboratories where the engineers dream of carrying humanity farther than ever before, a new kind of engine hums with the promise. It is not a single thruster, but a simple upgrade, and also not a simple upgrade. That's what I want to just tell you and inform you. It is a kind of hybrid marvel, and in which is a two-in-one propulsion system that can feed monopropellant fuel into both electrical and chemical thrusters. This duality, elegant in its simplicity, and you may soon redefine how we journey to Mars and beyond. So, for decades, the spacecraft designers have wrestled with the dilemma. Chemical thruster provide raw power and the brute force needed for liftoff and the orbital insertion and the quick maneuvers. The electric thruster, by contrast, offer efficiency, sipping fuel slowly while delivering steady acceleration over long voyage. So, mission to Mars have always required a compromise. Carry both system, doubling mass and complexity, or sacrifice flexibility. This new breakthrough actually dissolved that compromises. By channelizing a single fuel source into two different modes of propulsion, engineers have created a system that is lighter, leaner, and far more adaptable. So imagine a spacecraft departing from Earth orbit. At first, it fire its chemical thruster, burning with this urgency to as actually escape a velocity. Then, once freed from the Earth gravitational forces, the same fuel is redirected into electric thruster, whispering ions into the void, pushing the craft steadily and towards the Mars. No need for separate tanks, valves, or redundant system. One fuel, two engine, and infinite possibilities. So the implication actually ripple outward. Reduced mass means more room for scientific instruments, habitats, or supplies for astronauts. And simplified architectures means fewer points of failure, critical advantage when the mission stretch across millions of kilometers. And versatility of this kind of versatility actually means that spacecraft can adapt mid-journey, switching between power and efficiency as condition demands. For Mars mission, where every kilometer counts and every maneuver must be precise, this innovation could be the difference between success and stagnation. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, now let's continue with our discussion. So, beyond Mars, the system hint at a new philosophy of exploration. Hybrid propulsion embodies resilience, the ability to shift gears in the face of uncertainty. It mirrors the adaptability humanity itself must embrace as we step into interplanetary life. So, just as explorer once carried sails and oars to masters both wind and current. Further, spacecraft may carry this dual thruster to master both speed and endurance. The upcoming in space test will be more than a technical trial. It will be rehearsal for future. Engineers will watch closely as the system transition between modes as fuel flow seamlessly from one chamber to another as the spacecraft responds with the agility. So if successful, the test will mark a turning point. Propulsion not as a burden of choice but a symphony of possibilities. So, in the grand arc of exploration, breakthrough often arrive quickly, tucked inside the engineering papers. Yet, their echoes resounds across the generation. In two-in-one propulsion system may one day be remembered as the invention that unlocked Mars, the key that opened the doors to solar system alive with the human footprints. So, for now, it is a promise, an elegant solution waiting to prove itself in the silence of space, where every whisper of the thrust carries as closer to the new world. So, new findings, new inventions, and new footmarks. So, in the silence of the space, where every kilometer carried the very spark of thrust matters actually. And this hybrid engine stands as a symbol of ingenuity. By merging power with precision, it promises to lighten our journey and lengthen our reach. So, if the upcoming test succeeds, it will not only simplify the path to Mars, but also mark the dawn of a new era where one stream of fuel carries humanity towards many horizons. So we have come to the end of this discussion. So if you feel like adding to this discussion, you want to add your viewpoint on this, please write in the comment section. We will definitely reply you. And also please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one very soon. See you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, Namaskaram. Let me ask you, what if our cosmic backyard is far more crowded than we ever imagined? For years the astronomers have mapped the nearby universe, but the new cutting edge simulation suggests we have been missing something massive, a hidden population of ghost galaxies that simply don't shine. In this video, we dive into the dark side of the cosmos. Why are these galaxies invisible? And how are researchers using supercomputer simulations to predict where these dark neighbors are heading? And what does this mean for our understanding of the dark matter and the galaxy formation? Let's go. Friends, we look at the night sky, and when you see the masterpiece of light, we see the majestic arms of Andromeda Galaxy, the burning intensity of stars in our own Milky Way, and the distant glow of the billions others. But what if I told you that our map of the universe is incomplete? Today, we aren't talking about the bright, flashy giants of the cosmos. We are talking about the ghost galaxies, a hidden population of worlds that are lurking right in our own cosmic backyard, yet they remain almost entirely invisible to our most powerful telescopes. Why are they invisible? Because they don't shine. And yet, new simulations are proving that they are not only there, they are essentially, we need to understand the very structure of the universe itself may change completely. Let's dive into this invisible. But before that, friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. Alright, let's proceed with our analysis. To understand the ghost galaxies, we have to talk about how we observe the universe. Historically, we use light. If a galaxy is bright, we see it. If it is dense with stars, it pops out on our sensors. But there is a catch here. In astrophysics, we have a simple term called surface brightness. Think of this like a contrast on your computer monitor. If the object is so faint that its light is spread out over a vast area, it just blends into the background noise of the sky. These ghost galaxies, often called ultra diffuse galaxies or dark galaxies, are essentially ghosts. There are very few stars in these galaxies, and those stars are spread out so thin they don't produce concentrated light signature. They are the unseen workforce of the universe. They are there, they have mass, they exert gravitational influence, but optically they are invisible. So, how do we find something we cannot see? This is where the intersection of the technology and theory becomes very powerful. Rely on the cosmological simulation, and that is why we need these very huge supercomputers. Think of this like building a digital twin of the universe. Scientists take the known laws of physics, which is gravity, dark matter, and its behavior, expansion rates. They hit the play button and they simulate the history of the universe from Big Bang till today. And here is a fascinating part. The simulation tells us that there should be thousands of small, faint satellite galaxies orbiting major galaxies like the Milky Way. But when we look through our telescope, we don't see them. This has been as known as the missing satellite problem. This is where the breakthrough happens. New high resolution simulations are suggesting that these galaxies aren't missing, they are just ghosts. They were formed in dark matter halos, the invisible scaffolding of the universe, but for various reasons their star formation was stunted. They are the corporate startup of the universe that never quite scaled up to become an enterprise. They are there, held together by dark matter, just waiting for better technology to reveal them. Now, why should a business consultant or an entrepreneur or a student of strategy care about invisible galaxies? Now, this is a lesson here about the invisible infrastructure. In business, also, we often focus on the metrics that are obvious, things like revenue, user growth, immediate public milestone, and we call them the bright galaxies of our organization. But the stability of a company, the long term sustainability, often relies on the dark matter, the unseen processes, the organization culture, and the underlying infrastructure, and the quite steady work that doesn't generate headline but holds the entire enterprise together. So, if we only pay attention to the bright galaxies, we fundamentally misunderstand the mass and the scale of the system. The same is true for the universe as well. By ignoring ghost galaxies, we were essentially miscalculating the mass of our own local group. We were miscalculating the distribution of the dark matter also. When we start acknowledging the invisible, we start seeing the real map. So, friends, what next? We are entering a new era of ghost hunting with the sensitivity of James Webb Space Telescope and the upcoming missions like the Roman Space Telescope. We are finally getting the resolution required to see the unseeable. We aren't just looking for the bright light anymore. We are looking for the subtle gravitational ripple and the faint, diffuse glimmers that betray the presence of these hidden worlds. We are on the verge of mapping our cosmic neighborhood with level of precision that humanity has never achieved before. We are moving from a universe of what we see to universe of what we understand. The universe is far more crowded, more complex, more mysterious when it looks than it looks in the first glance, and perhaps that is the most exciting part. So, friends, what do you think? Are we on the verge of discovering that our local group is twice as populated as we thought previously? And what other invisible phenomena are shaping our reality without us even knowing it? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this journey into the invisible, don't forget to like and share, subscribe Akulmach channel for more deep dives into space technology and strategy. I am CK, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. In an era where the CEOs are obsessed with analytics, KPIs, and AI driven insights, there is a fundamental element of business and humanity itself that numbers simply cannot quantify. Therefore, in this video, we explore the profound leadership lessons that we learn from Bhagavad Gita. And we will actually discuss one particular verse which describes the soul as something amazing to witness yet impossible to fully decode, serves as a powerful metaphor for the CEO's blind spot. Let's go and discuss this further. As CEOs, we live by numbers. We are trained to believe that if we can measure it, we can manage it. We optimize our supply chain, we do A and B tests, and we also test our marketing. We use AI to predict market shifts. We pride ourselves on being data driven. But let me ask you a simple question. How often have you made a perfect decision based on all the available data only for it to, fail sometime later because of something which you missed and that was intangible? Maybe it was a culture issue, you didn't see it coming, or sudden shift in consumer feelings that no spreadsheet could capture. Today, I want to talk about your biggest professional blind spot. It is not a lack of data, it is the mistaken belief that data is the only reality. We are going to look at this through the lens of an ancient wisdom, a verse from Bhagavad Gita that suggests there are dimensions of reality that remains by definition beyond our decoding. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in, and you know which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's look at the verse now. In this verse, the text describes the nature of the soul, which is the essence of a person or the inner spark, using three words. And the quote starts: for some the soul is amazing to see, for some it is perplexing to hear, and for some it is a mystery when described. No one has really been able to decode the soul as yet. And the quote close. Think about the word mystery. In business, we hate that word. We want clarity, we want an algorithm. But this ancient teaching reminds us that the most vital part of life, and by extension, the core of our business success, are inherently indecodable. You cannot put a human soul, a leader's intuition, or the spark of the innovation into a KPI report. So, why is this CEO's blind spot? Because when we try to decode our team as if they are the machines, we lose them completely. The engagement gap also can define this. You can track hours worked by your team, but you cannot track the soul of and the passion of your employees. And the third point could be the vision gap. The strategy is a data, vision is a mystery. People follow leaders who are comfortable with the mystery, not just leaders who are comfortable with Excel. So, when we focus only on the decodable, we become reactive. We ignore the pulse of our organization. We miss the amazing things happening right in front of us because we are too busy looking at the metrics of the past. So, friends, what does this mean for our daily routine? It doesn't mean throwing away your data. It means developing a different kind of executive presence. Embrace the unknown. When you face a crisis, don't just look for more data. Ask, what is the human element here that I'm not measuring? You can also look at, a method of cultivating intuitions. Intuition is just high speed pattern recognition filtered through experience. It is your internal vision of seeing the amazing. You could also consider, the space itself, which holds the mystery. If your team feels like they are like line items, they feel they will perform like line item itself, because that's what they believe. If you treat them as a part of a mystery that is still unfolding, that is unique and valuable. You tap into their true potential. The Bhagavad Gita tells us that the soul is a mystery, and it is beauty also. Maybe your business is too, in a similar fashion. Stop trying to decode everything. Start embracing the mystery, and that is where the real growth will happen. So, friends, my name is CK. Thanks for watching. And if this shift your perspective today, subscribe for more ways to lead with both clarity and humanity. And I will catch you again in the next one.
In the relentless pursuit of stronger, lighter, and more resilient material, scientists have unblocked a breakthrough that feels almost futuristic. Imagine a nanoscale alloy of cobalt and aluminum, engineered to withstand 6 GPa of strength while stretching up to 15% at room temperature without breaking. This is not just a laboratory curiosity. It is the dawn of new generation of super material poised to transform the industries from aerospace to automobile and to medicines to energy. So let's find out more about this. In the vast landscape of material science, every few decades a discovery emerges that redefines the boundaries of engineering. The recent creation of nanoscale cobalt and aluminum alloy boosted an extraordinary 6 GPa strength and 15% plastic strain at room temperature, and is that definitely is a such a breakthrough. These alloy are not just stronger than most conventional metal. They are combined with strength and ductility, a rare union that could revolutionize the industry from aerospace to energy storage. Strength is in material is often accompanied by brittleness. For instance, diamond. And if we take diamond, and diamond is incredibly strong but shattered uh, under pressure. So, metal like steel are ductile but cannot match diamond's hardness. The COAI, that is cobalt and aluminum alloy, however, achieve a balance. They resist immense stress while still bending and stretching without breaking. And this duality makes them super material and capable of enduring extreme condition without catastrophic failure. So, friends, if you have reached this far, so please let us know from which city or country you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, at the nanoscale, the atomic arrangement of cobalt and aluminum creates a lattice that resists dislocation. The microscopic slip that weakens metal, and engineers have harnessed this property by redefining grain boundaries to the nanometer level, ensuring that the alloy can absorb stress while maintaining flexibility. The result is a material that can withstand pressure that far beyond what traditional alloy can endure, yet remains workable in real world applications. The implications are staggering. In aerospace, a lighter yet stronger material could reduce fuel consumption and increase safety margins. In automotive design, the crash resistant frame could save lives while improving efficiency. In a renewable energy, turbines and the solar panel mounts built from such alloy can last decades longer, reducing maintenance cost. Even in medicines, surgical tools and implants could benefit from alloys resistance, resilience, and biocompatibility. But beyond the application, these discoveries represent a philosophical shift in material science. For centuries, engineers sought either strength or ductility, rarely both. And now with the nanoscale engineering, the paradigm has changed. We can design material atom by atom, tailoring the properties to meet human needs. The cobalt and aluminum alloy is not just a product of chemistry. It is a testament to human ingenuity in manipulating the building blocks of matter. But definitely there are challenges, and challenges are also here. Scaling production from laboratory sample to industrial quantities will require innovation in manufacturing. The cost must be reduced and environmental impact considered. Yet the history shows that once the material proves its worth, industry find a way. And the steel, aluminum, and silicon all begin as a laboratory curiosities, but before becoming the backbone of civilization. So, cobalt and alloy may follow the same trajectory, and it also will be creating a new era of super material. As we stand at the threshold of this transformation, one thing is very clear. The future of industry will be shaped not just by machine or algorithm, but by the very atom we arrange. The cobalt and aluminum alloy is far than a scientific achievement. It is a symbol of possibility, a proof that with vision and persistence, humanity can forge material as really resilient as our aspiration. So we have come this far. We have come also at the end of our this telecast, and please inform us from which city you have already watching this, and this will also help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward, the creation of nanoscale cobalt aluminum alloy marks a turning point in material science. With 6 GPa strength and 15% plastic strain at room temperature, and these alloy embody the rare combination of toughness and flexibility that engineers have long sought. They are not just laboratory marbles. They are represents the promise of new industrial age, where the machines, vehicles, and infrastructure can be lighter, stronger, and more resilient than ever before. So this is we have come to this end of this discussion. We look forward for your comments on this. Also, we would like you to actually subscribe and this channel. So see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye.
Hello friends, are you leading with clarity or are you reactive to the market chaos? In this video, we break down one of the most powerful management philosophies ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 2 very clearly in verse 15. While the modern business culture often celebrates the hustle, the ancient wisdom teaches that the truly elite leader possesses something far more rare, which is equanimity. If you are a CEO or a business leader learning to navigate the dualities of business, joy and sorrow, profit and loss, success and failure is the ultimate differentiator between the short-term firefighting and long-term eternal business impact. Let's go and discuss this further. As a leader, we are often told that the secret to success is being in control. We track the KPIs, we manage the market volatility, and we try to predict the next disruption. We play the role of master of our own universe. But let's be honest, friends. How often do you feel like you're actually in control? In the high stake world of business, we are constantly buffeted by dualities. The joy of record breaking quarter followed immediately by the sorrow of a failed product launch, the elation of a new partnership followed by a sting of a loss of a very highly key team member. If your mental state is tied to these external fluctuations, you aren't leading, you are actually reacting. Today, I want to share a 7,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that flips this entire paradigm on its head. It is a secret to not just surviving the chaos, but mastering it. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 15. The verse says, and the quote starts, to whom joy and sorrow are one and the same, he becomes qualified for eternal life. And the quote close. Now, for a CEO, eternal life might sound like a theological concept, but let's translate that into business terms. In a competitive market, eternal means sustainable. It means a business that doesn't collapse under pressure. When the verse talks about joy and sorrow being the same, that means part of the same coin. It isn't telling you to become a robot, it is teaching you equanimity. Imagine a balance scale like the one that you see everyday life in your real life. If your joy is too high, you get complacent. If your sorrow is too deep, you get paralyzed. The goal of the elite leader is to find this center point. It is the ability to look at the massive gain and massive losses and recognize them both as a transient data point. When you achieve that, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the architect of your strategy. Think of this as a Jedi master, Jedi mindset of the boardroom. In the image, you know, you can imagine that you are building a lightsaber. Why? Because as a Jedi master, Jedi strength doesn't come from aggression; it comes from disciplined mind. How do we apply this in real company, in real life situation? First, detach from the outcome. You have to care deeply about the effort, the mission, the product, the team, but you must be detached from the temporary score of the market. Next, 24-hour rule. When something great happens, you don't get high. When something disastrous happens, you don't get too low. Take 24 hours to let the initial emotional spike settle before making any decision, any kind of decisions, right? So you actually follow a 24-hour rule. And because talking we are talking about the strategic decisions. Third, lead the culture. Lead the culture. Very, very important. Your team watches your energy. If you are frantic, they are frantic also. If you are steady, if you treat joy and sorrow with the same calm authority, you create a culture of resilience. You become the best of the men or the best of the leaders. That is a verse that refers to, right? By practicing equanimity, you gain a massive competitive advantage, which is clarity. When you aren't blind by the joy of a winner or the sorrow of a loss, you see the market exactly as it is. You make better calls. You refrain from making mistakes. You retain better talent. You build a legacy that lasts because it is built on foundation of internal stability, not external luck. The secret isn't a new software tool or a disruptive growth hack. The secret is the unshakable leader. And therefore, before I wind up, I like to challenge you this week is in your next board meeting or crisis, kindly pause, recognize the duality, step back into that center point, lead from a place of calm, not as a from a place of reaction. This is your challenge for today. Friends, if you found this perspective helpful, hit the subscribe button for more deep dives and how can we marry the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite? And you must lead with purpose, lead with equanimity. So, friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. See you very soon in the next one. Hello, friends. You are most welcome. Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, CEOs are constantly looking for sustainable edge. While we obsess over metrics and ROI, the ancient wisdom offers a different perspective on growth and risk management. In order to address this issue, we will take help of Bhagavad Gita, and in this video we break down some of the learnings that can, tell us how to do better risk management. Let's go and discuss this further. Friends, you are a CEO. You live life by the key performance indicator. You look at the balance sheet, quarterly projections, and market share percentage. You are wired to believe that everything in business must have an immediate, measurable return on investment. If it doesn't scale, if it doesn't hit the bottom line today, you are told that it's a waste of time. But what if I told you that there is one specific investment, that is one strategy that defies the laws of quarterly accounting? What if I told you that in world of high frequency volatility, the most efficient thing you can do for your company is to commit to a path that seemingly doesn't offer a quick payout? So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old business strategy from Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that every CEO who is worried about longevity of their brand needs to, internalize. Following the path of dharma will never go waste, and that is where that is the first stanza of the verse. It will never hamper your progress, whereas even a little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is chapter 2, verse 40 of Bhagavad Gita. Now, let us break it down. First, the word dharma. In business, especially in the business context, think of dharma not just as religion, but as your purpose or your right action. It is the alignment of your organization with its core values, is truth, and the responsibility to the ecosystem it operates in. The words make two massive claims. First, it will never go waste. Second, it saves you from many dangers. Let's look at why this is the ultimate competitive advantage. In business, we often view purpose or the ethics as a luxury. We think once I hit my revenue target, then I'll focus on the purpose. We treat it as an expense, something that sits in the charity budget, not the growth budget, etc. But the Gita argues the opposite. It says that the action taken in alignment with your true purpose never go waste. Think about compounding interest. When you start a business, your early efforts often yield zero visible results. You are pouring time, money, and soul into a product or a culture that hasn't taken off yet. But the traditional metrics, that is wasted time, but Dharma says no. So, as per the tradition, you will think, oh, it's completely gone case and time wasted and revenue loss. But Dharma says no. Every ethical decision, every moment of the integrity, every time you choose the right thing over the easy thing, you are building a brand equity that is invisible to your competitors. It is not wasted, it is compounding. When a crisis hit, that bank account of trust and purpose is exactly what keeps your company solvent. Now look at the second part of the verse. Even the little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is essentially the ancient definition of anti fragility. We spend millions on risk management, legal teams, and compliance. We try to build walls around our business to prevent disaster. But the Gita suggests that the most effective mitigation management strategy isn't a firewall, it is your purpose. When your company is grounded in a strong why, a deep sense of dharma, you become immune to the dangers that destroys other companies. What are those dangers? First, danger of being irrelevant. When your purpose is clear, you don't chase fads. You stay focused. That prevents you from burning out your resources on projects that don't matter. Number two is danger of culture decay. If your culture is built on easy money rather than purpose, it crumbles under pressure. But a purpose-driven team, when they stay, they can stay steady through the storm. And lastly, the danger of ethical blindness. We've all seen the headlines. CEOs who lost everything because they ignored the small ethical corner they cut. The verse tells us that even a little advancement, a small daily commitment to doing what is right, act as a radar, alerting you to danger before they become catastrophes. So, how do you actually apply this? You're not a monk, you are a CEO. You have a payroll that you want to basically meet for your employees. Here is your three-step strategy that you can actually use to operationalize this dharma. Number one, integrity audit. Once a week, ask yourself, are you doing this because it's the right thing for your customers and your long term vision, or because it is the path of the least resistance? If it is latter, you are deviating from your path. Number two, protect a small win. Don't dismiss the small ethical wins. Did you treat a junior employee with respect today? That's your dharma. Did you correct a minor error in a report that no one would have noticed? That's your dharma. There are small advancements that build your resilience. And lastly, long term horizon. When making a decision, extend your time horizon. If you make the decision, will it still hold up 10 years down the line? If the answer is no, you are inviting danger. If the answer is yes, you are building a legacy. The market changes, technology become obsolete, your competitors will innovate, pivot, and potentially disrupt you. But one thing that cannot replicate is the weight of the company that is grounded in its purpose. So Bhagavad Gita reminds us that we are not just running companies, we are building legacies. And a legacy is only as strong as the integrity with which it was built. So stop worrying about whether your purpose is efficient enough. Stop measuring your soul by this quarter's ROI. Start doing the work, build the foundation, because as the text says, your effort will never go waste, and it will be the very thing that saves you when the market turns against you. My name is CK, and if you're ready to lead with the new level of clarity, I want to hear from you. What is that one small advancements you are going to make this week to align your business with its true purpose? Drop this particular statement in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskar.
What if the universe's deepest theory can be unlocked not by maze of equation, but by just four guiding truth? String theory, long seen as most intrigue puzzle in physics, has suddenly revealed itself as a symphony of simplicity. Researchers now propose that with only four assumptions, the grand idea of vibrating string, thread weaving matters, energy, and space and time emerges naturally. It is as if the cosmos itself whispers and complexity is born from elegance and infinite rest on the shoulders of few. So let's discuss this subject further. In the vast landscape of theoretical physics, string theory has long stood as both a beacon of possibility and a labyrinth of complexities. For decades, it has promised a unified framework, a way to reconcile quantum mechanics with the general relativity. to weave together the smallest particle and the largest cosmic structure into a single tapestry. Yet, its reputation has often been that of an intrigue puzzle and requiring layers upon layers of assumptions, mathematical scaffolding, and abstract dimensions. Now, researchers suggest that the path to string theory may be far simpler than imagined. Only four fundamental assumptions are needed to derive it. And this proposal reframes the narratives, and instead of towering the edifice built on the countless hypotheses, string theory could emerge from a fundamental foundation as an elegant as the theory itself aspiring to be. So the assumptions are not arbitrary. They are principles that resonate across physics, and they speak of symmetry, consistency, and universality of interaction. So, by stripping away the access, scientific and scientists reveal that the string theory is not a speculative castle in the cloud, but a natural consequence of few guiding truth. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward, imagine the implications. If the string theory can be distillized into four assumptions, it becomes less of distinct dream and more of logical inevitability. And it suggests that the universe at its deepest level may indeed be composed of vibrating string and tiny filaments of energies whose oscillations give rise to particles, forces, and dimensions. The elegance of this idea lies in its economy. Complexities emerges not from the complication but from the simplicity, repeated and scaled. The simplification also challenges the perception of string theory as inaccessible, and for years critics have argued that it is too abstract, too detached from the experiment, and too reliant on the mathematical gymnastics. But if its derivation rests on only four assumptions, then its beauty is not in its difficulty but in its clarity. It became a framework that is not imposed but discovered, a theory that flow naturally from the bedrocks of physics. This shift has profound consequences for how we think about the universe. String theory has always hinted at a hidden dimensions and at possibility that the reality is richer than what we perceive. With the simplified foundation, these dimensions feel less like a speculative add-ons and more like a necessary outcomes. So the theory becomes not a patchwork of ideas but a seamless extension of physical law. It suggests that the universe's deepest secrets are not locked behind complexities but revealed through a simplicity. For the lay person, the idea is both humbling and exhilarating. To know that the universe might be explained by four assumptions is to glimpse the elegance of nature's design. It is to realize that beneath the chaos of particles and forces lie a harmony as simple as a string's vibration. Just as music arises from oscillation of strings on an instrument, so Two might matter and energy arise from oscillation of cosmic strings. The metaphor is irresistible, and the universe as a symphony and its notes played on string of a reality itself. Of course, the challenges remain, and the string theory still awaits experimental confirmation, still faces questions about testability and prediction. But the simplification offers hope, and it suggests that the theory is not an artificial construct but a natural consequence waiting to be revealed in data and observations. So it invites physicists to look again, to seek evidence not with the confusion, with the kind of not not to be, but with curiosity. So knowing that framework is grounded in simplicity. So in the end, the proposal that string theory rests on the four assumption is more than a technical achievement. It is philosophical statement about science itself. It reminds us that the universe is not obliged to be complicated. It may be vast, mysterious, and awe-inspiring, but at its heart, it may be governed by the principle that are few, elegant, and profound. So to uncover those principles, it is a step closer to ultimate goal of physics, a unified understanding of everything, from the smallest quark to the largest galaxies, all vibrating together in the cosmic symphony of strings. So in the end, the revelation of that string theory may rest on only four assumptions, and it is more than a technical breakthrough. It is a testament to the universe elegance and complexities once thought to be the hallmark of ultimate truth give way to the simplicity, showing us that the thread and the cosmos may be woven from just handful of threads. From a simplest and smallest vibration to the grandest galaxies, reality hums with the music of strings, reminding us that the deepest mysteries are often born from a simplest note. So we have come to the end of this subject. Look forward for your comments. And thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second, but not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut cost into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game, and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In an era of market volatility, economic uncertainty, and the rapid digital transformation, what separates the good CEOs from the great one? It isn't just a strategy, it is a leadership resilience. To answer this question, in this video, we explore a transformative lesson from Bhagavad Gita, which is basically, like a master class for the modern executive. While often interpreted spiritually, this profound verse hold the secret to modern executive performance, and we will also break down how the principle of the unchanging self applies directly to business decisions making and helping CEOs. Let's go. Friends, the noise never stops. Quarterly projections, disruptive competitors, supply chain fractures, boardroom pressures, the relentless ping of notifications. If you are a CEO or a business leader, your reality is defined by a constant high frequency hum of volatility. We are told that to lead is to react. We are told to be successful executive, you must be a hyper vigilant, that you must be shaken by every market dip, every negative review, and every shift in the economic tide. But what if I told you that the most effective leaders in history don't react to noises? What if they operated from a place that the noise is couldn't be reached? Today we are looking at a masterclass in executive leadership and executive stability. We are looking at a lesson from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 25, that serves as a profound psychological framework for the modern CEO. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel and also what kind of people are watching our content. Alright, now let's look at the verse. And the quote starts, knowing that the self is invincible, inconceivable, and unchangeable, you should not lament for the body. Now let's strip away the classical context for a moment and look at this as an executive strategy. The body here represents the fragile external elements of your business. It is the P&L statement that fluctuates. It is the stock price. It is the office space, the product launch, and that product launch can hit a snag. The employee turnaround rate as well. These are the body. They are the material, temporary, and ultimately they are subject to decay and change. Most CEOs spend 100% of their mental bandwidth lamenting the body. When the numbers are down, they panic. When the project fails, they internalize it as a loss of identity. But the verse calls us to focus on the self. In a business context, the self is your core vision. It is the why behind your organization. It is the intangible, unchangeable mission that exists regardless of whether this quarter's growth is 2% or 20%. Now you might ask, if I don't lament, if I don't get stressed, do I stop caring? Well, absolutely not. This is where the misunderstanding of detachment happens. In the corporate world, we often confuse anxiety with diligence. We think that if we aren't losing sleep, we aren't actually working hard enough. But anxiety actually clouds your cognitive ability. It creates tunnel vision. The Gita teaches detachment, which is decisiveness. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot be paralyzed by the fear of the patient's physical pain, or they cannot perform the operation. They must be present, they must be focused, and they must be detached enough to remain precise. As a CEO, your operation is your strategy. When you view your business challenges as things that are external to your core identity, things that are inconceivable in the sense that they are too complex to control entirely, you stop being a victim of the circumstances. You become the observer of the circumstance. So, this is where it ends, the whole learning from this particular verse. Big question is, how do we apply this in a Monday morning boardroom? And I would like to suggest 3 steps for you. First, self audit, which essentially means recognize the noise. So before you make a high stake decisions, please pause. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the self, the long term mission, or am I reacting to the body, the immediate transient fear? If you are reacting to the body, you are likely operating from a place of panic. Number 2, practice radical acceptance. The verse says the self is unchangeable. Accept that the market is changing. Accept that the body of your business will go through cycles. When you accept that flux is the nature state of business, you stop lamenting it. You stop fighting reality and start working with it. Number 3, lead from the core. When you're when you make decisions from your core values, your leadership becomes predictable to your team. An unshakable CEO provides a gravitational pull. If you are rattled, your team is rattled as well. If you are anchored in the unchanging mission, your team will feel that stability. So in the end, you're not your market share. You're not your revenue growth for the current quarter. You are the architect of a vision that is intended to outlive the temporary body of your current struggles. So, if you can master the ability to see the chaos as something that is passing while your core vision remains invisible and unchangeable, you don't just survive the volatility, you transcend it. You become an unshakable CEO. So, friends, next time you face a crisis, don't look for someone to blame. Don't look for a way to hide. Look at the noise. Acknowledge it for the temporary ripple that it is, and then get back to leading from your center. So, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. Lead well, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace. In the modern corporate world, we have a name for the principle of success. We call it making it. We envision the corner office, the global influence, the high stake decisions, etc. But if you ask a CEO today what their reality actually looks like, they won't talk about victory. They will talk about volatility. They will talk about the 3 a.m. anxiety, the black swan event, the crushing weight of responsibility for thousands of employees, and the constant noise of 24/7 market. Most leaders are living in a state of high functioning panic. But if I told you that 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the glass skyscrapers, a solution was written for exactly this kind of pressure. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 23. We are going to explore why Samadhi, a term often reserved for monks in caves, is actually the most practical, competitive, and essential goal for the modern executive. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's continue. Let's look at the text, verse 23 of chapter 6. And it says, quote starts, "Let it be known that the state of the severance from the union with the misery is called yoga. This yoga must be practiced with determination and an unprecedented mind." Now, let's unpack this first phrase, the severance from the union with misery. As a CEO, you often, united with the outcome of your company. If the stock drops, you are miserable. If a competitor launches a better product, you are miserable again. Verse 23 suggests a state of yoga which we call samadhi, where that cord is cut. It isn't, that the problem go away. It is that your union with the pain of those problems is severed. This is the state where the leader knows there is nothing greater left to achieve. It is about retirement. It's about reaching a level of internal mastery that makes external chaos irrelevant. The verse continues to explain that in this state, the practitioner is not perturbed by anything come what may. Think about the last crisis you faced. Did you react or did you respond? Well, reaction is emotional. It is driven by the fear of loss. Response is intellectual. It is driven by the samadhi, by clarity. For a CEO, being unperturbed is a superpower. Imagine a boardroom where everyone is losing their head because of the quarterly mess. The leader who has mastered Gita 6.23 sit in the center of the storm. They aren't cold or indifferent. They are simply not shaken. Because they have attained an internal samadhi, their decision making remains clinical, creative, and objective. While others are blinded by the misery, the samadhi led executive sees the path forward. This is the difference between a leader who survives and leader who resigns. Now the Gita is very, very practical. It doesn't say the state happens by accident. It says the state is achieved only by practicing yoga with determination and optimism. So there are several Sanskrit words related to determinism, and the mind does not become despondent. So we will move on. We will not try and read those Sanskrit words in this verse. For an executive, determination means the discipline of the routine. It's the daily meditation, the deep work, the refusal to let the inbox dictate your soul, etc. What is optimism? Optimism is even more critical. In business, things go wrong. Projects fail. Partnership soars. If your mind becomes despondent, if you lose your optimism, your leadership dies. The Gita tells us that samadhi isn't a gift for the lucky one. It's a result of the disciplined mind. It's a practice. You have to train your brain to return to center every single day, just as you would train your body in the gym. Now let's talk about the bottom line. Where should a CEO care about the ancient Sanskrit verses? First is cognitive longevity. Stress kills creativity and samadhi preserves it. Next, talent retention. People follow unperturbed leaders, they don't follow the panicked ones. Third, risk management. When you are free from misery, you don't make desperate, high risk gambles to save your ego. You make calculated moves to grow the vision. In the past, we thought the goal of an executive was more market, more share, more revenue, more accolades. But the Gita suggests that the new executive goal is actually enough. When you reach a state where you know there is nothing greater left to achieve, internally you paradoxically become more effective at achieving things externally. You are no longer hungry and desperate. You are focused and formidable. So as we close this lesson from chapter 6 verse 23, I leave you with a challenge. Look at your calendar for the next week. How much of it is dedicated to the union with misery, the firefighting, the stressing and reacting, and how much is dedicated to severance, the practice of finding your center. The corner office were never meant to be a cage of anxiety, it was meant to be a seat of wisdom. Practice with determination, lead with optimism, and find the state of samadhi where, come what may, you remain the master of your own soul. Thanks for listening, friends. If you have any question or any suggestions, kindly send us a message in the message section below. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends! In order to unlock the ancient source code of the elite leadership, in this video we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover a framework that modern CEOs and executives often overlook, which is the dual engine of success. While the most business leaders focus solely on the material, which are KPIs, revenue, and infrastructure, the Gita teaches us that the true power lies in the integration of the material world with the spiritual, which is visionary world. Let's go forward and understand this in more detail. In the world of high-stake business, we are taught to worship the tangible. We track KPIs, we optimize supply chains, we study market volatility, and we obsess over the quarterly earning reports. We are told that if you can't measure it, that means it doesn't exist. But every seasoned CEO knows that there is a ghost in the machine. Why do two companies with the same capital and the same technology yield vastly different results? Why does one founder build a legacy while other just build a bank account? The answer isn't in a management textbook. It's probably given in 7,000-year-old dialogue on a battlefield. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 7 verse 6. It is a verse that defines that very architecture of the existence. And if you look closely, the architecture of the elite organization. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. The verse reads and the quote starts, "Know that all living beings are manifested from these two energies. I am the source of the entire creation and into me it again dissolves." Quote close. Bhagwan Krishna is describing a dual engine. He speaks of two energies, which is Apar Shakti, it stands for lower material energy, and the Parashakti, which is higher spiritual energy. For a CEO, these aren't abstract religious concepts. They are the two wings of your aircraft. Let's look at two energies. The material engine. This is your infrastructure, your hardware, your cash flow, your legal framework, and your data. It is the body of your company. Now, what about visionary engines? This is their consciousness, your corporate culture, your why, your innovation, and the collective spirit of your people. It is the soul of your company. The Gita tells us that you cannot have one without the other. To be a master of the universe or master of the market, you must command both. Let's talk about the material engine. First, in the Gita, this is the realm of the elements. In business, this is the operational excellence. If your material engine is sluggish, your vision doesn't matter. You can have the most spiritual or purpose driven company in the world, but if your logistic fail or your product is buggy, the creation dissolves. A CEO must be a scientist of the materials. You must respect the laws of economy, the reality of physics, and the hard data of the marketplace. This is the foundation. But it is only half the story. The visionary engine is the Parashakti, the higher energy. This is where most modern leaders fail. They treat their employee like machines and their brand like transactions. Gita teaches that the spiritual energy is the animate of the material itself. It's like another form of material. Think about it. Culture is invisible, trust is invisible, purpose is invisible. Yet, these are the forces that make a team stay late on a Friday night to hit a deadline. These are the forces that make your customer choose you over a cheaper competitor. As a CEO, your job is to provide the consciousness for the organization. If you are only managing the material, you are just a caretaker. If you are managing the spirit, you are the leader. The second half of verse 6 is where it gets intense. Krishna says, I am both the creator and the destroyer of the entire world. This is the ultimate lesson in agility. A CEO must be comfortable with creative destruction, market changes, technology disrupt. To create a new feature of your company, you must be willing to destroy the old version of yourself. So, what is a creator? You manifest new products, new markets, and new hope. What is a destroyer? You cut the dead weight. You end projects that no longer serves the vision. You dismantle outdated hierarchies. If you cling too hard to what you created yesterday, you cannot create for tomorrow. You must embody the cycle of the universe: birth, growth, and renewal. So, as you go back to your boardroom, your spreadsheet, and your town hall, ask yourself, which engine am I running on? If you are only running on the material, you will eventually burn out or be disrupted. If you are only running on the visionary, you will drift without a direction. The dual engine CEO does both. They keep their feet firmly planted on the material reality of the market, but their eyes fixed on the spiritual, why of their existence. You are the source of your company's origin. You are the catalyst of its growth. You are the hand that must steer it through its inevitable transformation. Master the two energies, and then you will master the world. So, friends, what do you think about this? And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thank you for joining me on this journey through chapter 7. Lead with purpose, lead with power. Before I end the discussion today, a word about our affiliate partner.